A single glance from this creature meant instant death. Tonight, we explore the complete legend of the Basilisk, the mythical King of Serpents. By the end of our journey, you will know the full, mesmerizing story of this beast, from its impossible birth to the one clever trick that could bring it down. Settle in, get comfortable, and dim your lights if you like. Let your mind wander into a world of ancient magic and terrifying wonders. I would love to know where in the world you are listening from right now and what the local time is there. We will uncover how a rooster's egg could hatch a monster and why a simple mirror became a hero's greatest weapon. What kind of ancient fears do you think gave rise to such a terrifying legend? Its birth was as impossible as the creature itself. The King of Serpents did not come from a normal egg, but from a profound and unsettling paradox. The most enduring legend tells us that a basilisk is born from an egg laid by a 7-year-old rooster. Picture the strangeness of that for a moment. A rooster, a male bird producing an egg. This was no ordinary egg either. It was said to be perfectly spherical, a strange, yolkless orb, a hollow vessel waiting to be filled with pure malice. But the unnatural process did not end there. This bizarre egg could not be warmed by a mother hen. Instead, it required the cold embrace of a toad or a serpent, who would incubate it within the dank heat of a dung heap. This was a recipe concocted entirely from perversions, a male giving birth, a cold-blooded creature providing warmth, and life emerging from filth and decay. It was an alchemical process of the darkest kind, twisting the very rules of nature to create something that should never have existed. This origin story explains the basilisk's deep-seated malevolence. It was not simply a monster that chose to be evil. It was a being born from wrongness, its very essence a rejection of the natural world. And from that rejection came its absolute authority. Every other snake, from the smallest garden adder to the largest python, was said to recognize this unnatural king. They would flee from its path or bow in submission, not out of loyalty, but from a primal, instinctual fear of the creature that broke all the rules to become their sovereign. Its very name reveals its absolute authority. Basilisk comes from the ancient Greek word basiliskos, which translates directly to little king. This was not a title given lightly. It spoke to the creature's perceived dominion over the entire reptile world. Just as a human king commands his subjects, the basilisk commanded every snake and serpent. But its royalty was not just a matter of fear and power, it was also a matter of appearance. This little king was almost always described as wearing a crown. Some accounts tell of a single stark white spot upon its head, like a jewel set into scales. Others describe a more elaborate crest, a diadem of flesh that resembled a crown, marking it as the undeniable sovereign of its poisonous domain. This physical crown cemented its identity. It was not merely a large venomous snake, it was a regal, authoritative figure in the medieval bestiary, a creature whose very essence was rulership. Think of the lions we call the king of the jungle, or the eagles we see as symbols of imperial power. The basilisk was that, but for the hidden, scaled world under our feet. It was the sovereign of poison and petrification, a monarch whose deadly gaze was the ultimate expression of its absolute power. This king wore a physical form as paradoxical as its birth. It was not simply a giant snake, but a horrifying fusion of two worlds. Imagine the body of a massive, coiling serpent, thick as a tree trunk and covered in glistening, armored scales. But from this reptilian body rose the head of a rooster, complete with a sharp, cruel beak. Some artists and writers gave it the scaly legs and vicious spurs of a cockerel, and sometimes even a pair of leathery, bat-like wings. This was a creature stitched together from the most feared aspects of the barnyard and the wilderness, a living contradiction. Its most famous weapon, its gaze, came from eyes that were often described as glowing with a sickly yellow light, like twin lanterns in a deep cave. And upon its head sat the mark of its sovereignty, that crest of flesh that so clearly resembled a royal crown. Yet its precise image was never fixed in stone. In some tales it was more serpent than bird, a monstrous python with a deadly stare. In others, the rooster elements dominated, creating a feathered fiend that stalked the land. This very fluidity is the heart of myth. The story was not about documenting a real animal, but about giving a tangible shape to a profound and universal fear, a terror that could slither on its belly one moment and crow at the dawn the next. That crown upon its head was a mere symbol of a power far more absolute. The true throne of the basilisk was its gaze. To look directly into the eyes of this creature was to invite instant, irrevocable death. Ancient texts describe victims not just dying, but being utterly transformed. Their bodies would seize up, their flesh and blood turning to cold, unfeeling stone, becoming permanent statues of their final moment of terror. Other accounts are even more chilling, speaking of men and animals simply dropping dead on the spot, their life force extinguished the very instant their eyes met the basilisks. Imagine walking through a dark cave and your torchlight catches a glint of yellow scales ahead. In that split second, before your mind can even process what you are seeing, your own curiosity becomes your executioner. This is what made the basilisk an almost mythologically perfect predator. It did not need to chase its prey or sink its fangs into flesh. Its mere existence was a death sentence to anything that dared to look upon it. This power rendered traditional heroism utterly useless. What good was a sword or a suit of armor when the very act of facing your enemy meant your own end? Confronting a basilisk demanded something far more subtle than brute strength. It required a hero to fight without ever looking, to triumph through cleverness and indirection, turning the monster's greatest asset into its ultimate weakness. But its gaze was only the beginning of its arsenal. The basilisk was a creature of pure corruption, and its poison seeped from its entire being. Its very breath was a pestilent wind, so toxic that it could scorch the grass beneath its path, blight entire fields of crops, and even crack the very stones it slithered over. This was not a creature that merely killed, it defiled the land itself. Its hiss, a sound rarely heard, was said to possess a supernatural power. It carried no venom in the air, but its unique frequency was a command of terror that would send every other snake in the vicinity fleeing in a blind panic, clearing the land for its king. And then there was its physical essence. The blood that ran through its veins was a substance of absolute foulness, so potent that merely touching it was said to be fatal. Some legends even whisper that the very scent left in its trail, the lingering odor of scales and dust, was enough to sicken any animal that dared to sniff it. This paints a picture of a being that was danger incarnate. You could not face it, you could not breathe near it, and you could not even touch the ground it had crossed. The basilisk was not just a monster you fought, it was a blight you had to survive. Yet this creature of absolute death was also believed to hold the secret to ultimate cures. The very parts of the basilisk that brought instant doom were thought to be transformed after its defeat into the most powerful antidotes and magical ingredients. This paradoxical belief reveals a deep human impulse to master our greatest fears, to turn the source of terror into a tool for our own benefit. Alchemists, those early scientists seeking to unlock the secrets of matter, dreamed of obtaining the basilisk's remains. They whispered that its ashes, gathered with the utmost care, possessed a transformative power so profound they could turn common silver into pure, shimmering gold. It was the ultimate purification, turning the residue of the most corrupt being into the most precious and incorruptible metal. Apothecaries, the pharmacists of their day, sought its body for more practical but equally miraculous uses. They believed a single feather plucked from the creature's crown-like crest could serve as a universal protector, capable of neutralizing any poison if dipped into a suspect drink. Even its horrifying eyes, if one could safely retrieve them, were rumored to be set into rings or amulets that could grant the wearer protection from the evil intentions of others. This was more than superstition, it was a form of symbolic magic. The logic was simple yet profound. The very essence of the poison must also contain the cure. To wield a piece of the basilisk was to command a fraction of its absolute authority over life and death, a dangerous temptation that intertwined human desire with primal fear in our eternal dance with the monstrous. Even the King of Serpents, for all its absolute power, was said to have one natural enemy. This champion was not a knight in shining armor, but a small, sleek, and fiercely determined creature, the weasel. While mighty warriors turned to stone, this humble animal was believed to possess a unique immunity to the basilisk's deadly gaze and poisonous breath. Folklore tells us the weasel would prepare for this ultimate hunt by seeking out and eating the leaves of a specific herb called rue. This plant, long associated with warding off pests and poisons in the ancient world, was thought to fortify the weasel from within, creating a living antidote to the Serpent King's corruption. Armed with this botanical defense, the weasel would then fearlessly enter the basilisk's lair. The battle that followed was not one of brute force, but of speed, agility, and a primal fury that the monster's gaze could not quell. The weasel would dart and weave, avoiding the direct line of sight, relying on its keen senses to close the distance until it could sink its teeth into the basilisk's scaled throat. This mythic matchup creates a perfect, almost folkloric balance, a rock-paper-scissors dynamic within the ecosystem of fear. The mighty basilisk kills the man respects the weasel, and the weasel, in turn, conquers the basilisk. It is a narrative of hope, a reminder that in nature and in our stories, no power is ever truly absolute. There is always a crack in the armor, a hidden weakness that can be exploited by the most unexpected of heroes. This clever defense transformed a simple household object into the ultimate weapon. The most famous method for slaying a basilisk involved no sword, no army, and no direct confrontation. It required only a mirror. A hero, forewarned of the creature's power, would not dare to face the beast directly. Instead, they would approach its lair carrying a polished shield or a large mirror, holding it before them like a portable window. As the basilisk emerged, drawn by the intruder's presence, it would not see a human foe. It would see its own horrifying form reflected back at it. In that instant, the monster's absolute power became its own executioner. Its own deadly gaze, the very source of its dominion, was cast back upon itself. Legends say the creature would let out a single strangled cry before succumbing, turned to stone by the terrifying king it saw in the glass. This was not a victory of strength, but one of pure intellect. It was the triumph of a clever mind over an unstoppable force. The hero in this story never even had to look at the monster. They simply held up a reflection of its own evil nature, and the basilisk was undone by the very thing that made it great. This moment perfectly captures a timeless idea that evil, when forced to truly see itself, often cannot survive the sight. Our journey into the basilisk's legend begins not in the dark forests of the medieval era, but under the bright, inquisitive sun of the ancient Roman world. It was here that the creature first slithered from pure oral myth into the pages of recorded knowledge. The most influential of these early accounts comes from Pliny the Elder, a man driven by an insatiable curiosity to document the entire natural world. In his monumental work, Natural History, he dedicates a section to the basilisk, treating it not as a fairy tale monster, but as a genuine, if rare, creature of the earth. His description is stark and terrifying. He calls it the King of Serpents, confirming its sovereignty, and details its immediate lethal power. He writes that its hiss drives away all other snakes, and its mere breath is enough to wither shrubs and break apart rocks. This was not yet the fantastical rooster-serpent hybrid of later tales, but a more grounded, though equally deadly, serpent. For Pliny and his readers, the basilisk was a terrifying possibility, a real danger that might lurk in the deserts of North Africa, a physical explanation for the unexplained deaths of travelers in remote sun-baked lands. This was a time when the map was still filled with blank spaces, and those spaces were populated by the collective imagination. The line between a zoological fact and a compelling story was wonderfully thin. A traveler's tale of a strange death in the desert could easily become, in the hands of a scholar like Pliny, an entry for a deadly new species. Can you picture the world through those ancient eyes, where every unexplored canyon or uncharted forest could conceal a creature as wondrous and terrible as the basilisk? The monster was born from that beautiful human tendency to explain the unknown with the most dramatic stories we can conceive. As the Roman Empire receded, the basilisk found a new home in the candlelit scriptoriums of medieval monasteries. Here, the creature was meticulously painted in vibrant inks and gold leaf, its form captured within the pages of illuminated bestiaries. These books were not meant to be simple field guides to animals, but rather complex spiritual texts where every creature, real or imagined, held a divine lesson. The basilisk, with its paradoxical birth and absolute power, became one of the most potent symbols in this visual sermon. Its form solidified into the hybrid monster we recognize today, a perfect fusion of serpent and rooster, each part laden with meaning. The serpent, of course, was the ancient embodiment of temptation from the Garden of Eden, while the rooster was a symbol of Christ's betrayal, the bird that crowed after Peter's denial. Combined, they created an icon of pure diabolical evil. The beast was no longer just a physical threat from a distant desert. It was a spiritual predator lurking in the human soul. Its deadly gaze was a perfect parallel for the nature of sin. Just as one look from the basilisk meant instant petrification, one envious glance, one greedy look, one moment of prideful staring could harden a person's heart, turning it from flesh to stone and severing their connection to the divine. The bestiaries taught that to gaze upon sin, to entertain it and dwell on it, was to invite a spiritual death as swift and certain as the monster's glare. Can you hear the monk's quill scratching across the parchment, carefully drawing each scale not out of fear of the animal, but as a warning to the faithful? The monster had been tamed not by a weasel or a mirror, but by theology, its terrifying image repurposed to guard the gates of morality. Its poison now corrupted souls, its breath-blighted virtues, and its defeat required not a physical shield, but the reflective surface of a pure conscience and unwavering faith. The terror of the basilisk was never confined to dusty bestiaries or ancient deserts. It crawled out of the pages and into the cobblestone streets of a real European city, Basel, in the 1500s. The legend tells of a deep, dark cellar beneath a baker's shop, a place where the air grew thick and foul. People began to sicken and die mysteriously after venturing down those steps. Whispers started first in the taverns and then in the church that the cause was not a fever or a plague, but a living horror. A basilisk had made its nest among the wine barrels, its poisonous breath seeping up through the floorboards to blight the very bread. Its gaze, they said, had turned more than one unfortunate soul to stone in that pitch-black gloom. The city was paralyzed by an invisible enemy hiding in its own foundations. Confronting this beast required more than just courage. It demanded a brilliant, almost theatrical solution. A local hero, whose name is lost to time, devised a plan worthy of the oldest myths. He did not forge a special sword or gather an army. Instead, he crafted a suit of armor made entirely of polished mirrors. Every inch of his body was covered in reflective glass. Clanking and shining, he descended into the cellar, a walking prism of captured light. He did not need to see the monster. He simply had to stand there and let the creature see itself. The story concludes with a single shattering cry echoing from the darkness, followed by silence. When the man emerged, he was unharmed. Down below, they found the basilisk lifeless, defeated by the terrifying sight of its own reflection. This was not a distant fable. It was a story the people of Basel told each other to explain a very real, very local tragedy. It reminds us that our most ancient fears are never truly buried. They are simply waiting in the cellar for a story to bring them back into the light. That very fear which stalked the cellars of Basel was also carefully stitched onto the banners of kings. The basilisk, a creature of pure terror, was deliberately adopted as a heraldic emblem, its image transformed from a nightmare into a statement of absolute authority. When a noble family chose to place this monster on their coat of arms, they were not celebrating evil, they were performing a powerful act of psychological warfare. They were telling the world, and more importantly their rivals, that they possessed the same devastating power as the creature itself. The message was clear and chilling: cross us, and you will face a force as swift, as merciless, and as absolute as the basilisk's gaze. A knight bearing this symbol on his shield was essentially a walking mirror, reflecting the terror of his enemies back at them before a single blow was even struck. The logic was brilliantly simple. By aligning themselves with the ultimate predator, they became the ultimate power. The basilisk's legendary ability to dominate all other serpents was a perfect metaphor for a ruling house's ambition to subdue all challengers. Its crown, so often depicted in heraldic art, mirrored the crown upon a monarch's own head, suggesting a divine right to rule that was as natural and fearsome as the creature's own sovereignty. This was more than just a scary picture. It was a complex language of symbols. The monster that could turn men to stone was now protecting a castle gate, its image carved into stone to ward off any who would dare attack. Can you see the twisted beauty in that transformation? The very embodiment of death was now an official guardian of life, land, and lineage. A family was proclaiming that the same deadly force that could blight a field could also defend its borders, turning a symbol of fear into an unbreakable vow of protection and dominance. Shakespeare understood the power of that deadly gaze, and he knew his audience would understand it too. When he wanted to describe a look of pure, venomous hatred, he reached for the name of the basilisk. In his history play Richard III, the villainous title character is described by a grieving Queen Margaret as having the eyes of a basilisk. She is not saying he is a mythical monster. She is saying his malice is so potent that a single glance from him feels like a curse, a psychic poison that can wither a soul. The metaphor is instant and visceral. Everyone in the audience, from the educated nobles to the groundlings standing in the pit, would have immediately grasped the meaning. They knew the legend. They knew that to meet a basilisk's eye was to die, and so they understood that Richard's hatred was not just personal, it was murderous. He wields his gaze like a weapon. Later, in the romance Cymbeline, the metaphor is used again. A character speaks of being killed by a basilisk's eye, but here it is a description of heartbreak and betrayal, a death of the spirit rather than the body. This is the true mark of a legend's power, when it escapes the pages of bestiaries and becomes a living part of the language. Shakespeare did not need to pause and explain what a basilisk was. He could simply invoke its name, and an entire world of fear and instant death would flood into the minds of his listeners. The creature had transcended its origins, becoming a shorthand for any force so malicious that its very attention was a form of execution. This confusion between two monsters reveals how myths can twist together over centuries. The basilisk you have come to know has a close and often identical cousin, the cockatrice. Their stories are so deeply intertwined that for hundreds of years, their names were used as if they were the same creature. Both possessed the same terrifying arsenal, a gaze that turned living beings to stone and a breath that poisoned the very air. Yet, if you look closely at the old illustrations, a subtle but crucial difference begins to emerge in their forms. The basilisk, as we have seen, was a creature of fluid identity, sometimes a giant serpent, sometimes a hybrid with the head of a rooster. The cockatrice, however, presented a more stable and specific image. It was almost always depicted as a two-legged dragon, a creature standing upright on the scaly legs of a cockerel, complete with a fearsome rooster's head and often those signature leathery wings. Think of it as the difference between a nightmare that slithers and one that struts. Their origins, too, pulled from separate wells of folklore. The basilisk's impossible birth from a rooster's egg incubated by a toad was its defining paradox. The cockatrice, while sometimes sharing that origin, more often emerged from older tales of winged serpents and dragon-like beasts, its name itself a corruption of the Greek word for a legendary crocodile. This blending of names and traits is not a mistake in the story, but rather the story itself. It shows how a potent idea, the concept of a creature whose mere look means death, is so powerful that it attracts different forms and names, each culture adding its own brushstroke to the same terrifying portrait. So when you hear a tale of a petrifying monster, ask yourself, is this the slithering king born from a paradox, or the two-legged dragon that crows at the moon? The answer is often both, a testament to the enduring power of a single chilling idea. A basilisk never dwells in a vibrant living forest. Its home is a monument to its own corrosive nature, a kingdom of silence and decay. Picture a deep, sunless cave where the air hangs heavy and stale, a place where the walls weep a slow, poisonous ooze and no moss dares to grow. The only light comes from a faint, sickly phosphorescence, perhaps from the fungi that feed on the lingering toxins in the soil. Or imagine ancient, forgotten ruins, their stones cracked and blackened as if scorched by an unseen fire. Thick, thorny vines strangle the crumbling pillars, not as a sign of life, but as a barrier of pure hostility. No birds nest here, no insects hum in the air. The only sound is the dry rustle of the basilisk's scales against stone, a whisper that promises absolute desolation. In some tales, the creature claims the most barren deserts, where its breath has scoured the land clean of every last shrub, leaving behind a cracked, lifeless plain under a brutal sun. These landscapes are not just where the basilisk lives, they are an extension of its very being. The creature does not simply occupy a space, it actively transforms it into a reflection of its own blighted soul. Its presence alone is a curse that kills the grass, poisons the water, and turns fertile ground to barren dust. Can you feel the profound stillness of such a place, a silence so complete it feels like a physical weight? This is the domain of the Serpent King, a territory where life itself has been banished, and only the embodiment of death remains. That same poison which corrupted the land could also purify the soul in the secret language of alchemy. For these early philosophers, the basilisk was far more than a monster. It was a living emblem of the most dangerous and necessary phase in their great work, the magnum opus. They saw in its deadly nature a perfect symbol for the destructive power of fire, a force that could both annihilate and purify. The creature's legendary color, often described as a vivid, bloody red, linked it directly to the alchemical stage of rubedo, the reddening. This was the final, glorious stage where base matter was thought to be transformed into the supreme treasure, the philosopher's stone. The basilisk, in all its terrifying majesty, represented the raw, chaotic power required to achieve this ultimate goal. Its venom was not merely a physical toxin, but a symbolic solvent powerful enough to dissolve the stubborn ego and the impurities of the soul, reducing the self to its most essential primal state. This was a necessary death, a spiritual petrification that had to occur before any true rebirth could take place. The alchemist, in confronting his own inner basilisk, was not seeking to slay it with a sword, but to master its ferocious energy and redirect it toward a sacred purpose. Can you see the laboratory in your mind not as a place of cold science, but as a mystical theater where every chemical reaction was also a drama of the human spirit? The bubbling acids and the intense heat of the furnace were the basilisk's breath and gaze, applied not to destroy, but to break down the old self in order to build something new and perfect from the ashes. The monster's mythic death in the mirror was, for the alchemist, the ultimate metaphor. It represented the crucial process of dissolution, where a substance is broken down into its core components, followed by coagulation, where it is reassembled in a higher, more perfect form. The basilisk seeing itself and turning to stone was the ego confronting its own reflection and being shattered. The silence that followed was the fertile void from which the philosopher's stone, a symbol of enlightenment and immortality, could finally crystallize. So the next time you gaze into a mirror, remember that you are holding an ancient alchemical tool, a device that holds the power not to kill a monster, but perhaps to transform one. A serpent king does not belong to Europe alone. This powerful archetype of a wise, deadly, or divine snake slithers through the foundational myths of cultures across the globe, revealing a shared human fascination with these creatures of profound duality. In the rich traditions of Hindu and Buddhist lore, we find the Naga serpentine beings of immense power and wisdom who dwell in magnificent underwater palaces glittering with jewels. These are not mere monsters, they are often guardians of sacred knowledge and spiritual treasures, capable of bestowing great blessings or unleashing devastating floods. They can appear as giant cobras or as majestic beings with human torsos and serpentine tails, ruling their watery kingdoms with a blend of terrifying power and enlightened grace. They are the protectors of springs and rivers, their moods directly influencing the fertility of the land, making them both revered and feared. Far across the world, in the ancient civilizations of Mesoamerica, the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl coiled through the heavens. This was no creature of poison and petrification, but a benevolent god of wind, wisdom, and life itself. His very form was a perfect union of opposites, the serpent representing the earth and its physical wonders, and the vibrant Quetzal bird feathers symbolizing the sky and the spirit. Quetzalcoatl was credited with creating humanity and gifting them with the arts of civilization, from writing to agriculture. He was a king not of fear, but of culture and creation, yet he still carried the immense primal power inherent to the serpent form. Then there is the Persian legend of Shamaran, a name that translates to the King of Serpents. She is a beautiful, wise being with the body of a woman and the tail of a serpent, ruling over a hidden underground kingdom of snakes. Shamaran possesses secret knowledge of healing and medicine, and her story is one of trust, betrayal, and the tragic consequences of revealing hidden wisdom to the world above. She is a monarch of both compassion and terrible vengeance. So why do these serpent kings appear everywhere? Perhaps it is because the snake itself is a living paradox. It is of the earth, yet it moves without limbs, hinting at a mysterious magical power. It can shed its own skin, becoming a universal symbol of death and rebirth. And its venom can both kill and, in tiny doses, cure. The basilisk of European cellars, the naga of sacred rivers, Quetzalcoatl of the wind, and Shamaran of the secret caves, they are all reflections of this same profound mystery. We project our deepest fears of instant death onto the basilisk, and our highest hopes for wisdom and renewal onto Quetzalcoatl, but they are born from the same awe-inspiring source. The Serpent King is a mirror we have held up to nature for thousands of years, and in its scales we see our own fascination with power, knowledge, and the thin, shimmering line between destruction and creation. This Serpent King might be more than a creature of fable. It could be a map to the darkest corners of our own minds. The basilisk's most defining feature, that gaze which turns living flesh to stone, is a perfect metaphor for the paralyzing power of fear. When we are frozen by terror, our thoughts become rigid, our options vanish, and we are, in a very real sense, petrified. The monster's stare from the outside mirrors the internal stare of our own anxieties, locking us in place just as effectively as its mythical power. Think of a deep-seated phobia or the chilling dread of a future catastrophe. That feeling of being utterly immobilized, unable to think or act, is a psychological petrification. The basilisk externalizes this internal experience, giving it a face and a form we can confront, even if only in a story. Its deadly gaze represents any fear so potent it stops us in our tracks and turns our potential into a statue of inaction. What are the unseen basilisks in your own life, the fears whose mere mental glance holds you frozen? This legend gives us a powerful vocabulary for a universal human struggle, the battle against the things that spiritually and emotionally turn us to stone. But the creature's symbolism runs even deeper than simple fear. Its very origin, born from a perversion of nature, speaks to the birth of destructive impulses within us. The rooster's egg and the toad's incubation represent a process gone terribly wrong, a creation twisted from its proper path. This can mirror the genesis of hatred or malice, emotions that fester in the dark, unnatural spaces of the psyche, incubated by neglect or trauma until they become a fully formed force of corruption. The basilisk, then, is not just what we fear, but what we might become if our own darker nature is allowed to develop in isolation and shadow. Its poisonous breath, which blights the land, is a stark symbol of how unchecked negativity, bitterness, or rage can poison our entire outlook, souring our relationships and withering our joy. The land around the basilisk is always dead because hatred cannot create, it can only destroy. This connects directly to one of the oldest and most widespread human superstitions, the concept of the evil eye. For millennia, cultures have believed that a look of pure envy or malice could bring actual misfortune, illness, or death. The basilisk is the ultimate embodiment of this fear. It is the evil eye magnified to a mythical scale, a creature whose mere attention is a weapon. This legend gave a tangible form to the abstract but potent fear that the ill will of others, their jealousy or their hatred, could cause us tangible harm. It answered the unsettling question of why bad things happen to good people with a simple, terrifying answer: because a monster looked their way. The basilisk is therefore a profound psychological mirror. It shows us our capacity for terror, our potential for inner corruption, and our deep-seated fear of the malevolent attention of the world. To face the basilisk is to face these shadowy parts of ourselves, not with a sword, but with the reflective shield of self-awareness. That profound psychological mirror began to lose its terrifying power as a new light dawned in Europe. The Age of Reason, with its emphasis on empirical evidence and scientific skepticism, could find no place in its orderly universe for a creature born from a rooster's egg. The basilisk, once a genuine terror lurking in cellars and deserts, was slowly but surely dissected by logic and found to be hollow. Enlightened thinkers began to question the very foundations of its legend. How could a rooster, a male bird, possibly lay an egg? This was a biological impossibility that flew in the face of growing anatomical knowledge, and if the egg could not exist, then the creature that hatched from it was a logical fallacy, a house of cards built on a fundamental error. The meticulous observations of naturalists who catalogued real snakes and their behaviors found no evidence of a serpent that could kill with a glance. The world was being methodically mapped, measured, and explained, and there was simply no room left on the charts for the King of Serpents. Its reign, which had stretched from Pliny's deserts to Shakespeare's stage, was officially over. It was dethroned not by a weasel or a mirror, but by the relentless force of human reason. The monster did not die a dramatic death, it simply faded away, exposed as a charming, but ultimately foolish, superstition from a less educated past. Can you feel the immense shift in the human spirit that this represents? The world was becoming a place where every effect had a knowable cause, where darkness was illuminated not by torchlight, but by the clear, steady flame of inquiry. What need was there for a basilisk to explain a mysterious death in a cave when geology and biology could provide a more plausible answer? The creature was evicted from reality, but it found a new, and perhaps even more enduring, home in the boundless realms of art and story. The King of Serpents refused to be slain by mere skepticism. When the Age of Reason banished it from the natural world, it simply slithered into the fertile soil of modern imagination, finding a new kingdom in the stories we tell for fun and fright. Its most famous modern lair is hidden deep beneath Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, the basilisk is the monstrous secret Salazar Slytherin left behind, a colossal serpent obedient only to his true heir. This creature is a perfect adaptation of the old myths. It is born from a 7-year-old rooster's egg, hatched under a toad, just as the medieval texts described. Its gaze still holds the power of instant petrification, turning students to stone throughout the school, and a direct look still means certain death. J.K. Rowling did not invent a new monster, she masterfully resurrected an ancient one, reminding a new generation why a simple reflection, in this case seen through a ghost or a camera's lens, is the only defense against such absolute power. This was not just a scary beast in a children's book. It was the return of a legendary terror, its rules intact, its menace undimmed by the centuries. The monster that once haunted European cellars was now lurking in the plumbing of a magical castle, proving that some fears are truly timeless. This resurrection cemented the basilisk's place in our collective consciousness, transforming it from a forgotten folklore footnote into a household name. Beyond the pages of that famous series, the basilisk has become a staple creature in the vast landscapes of fantasy. You can encounter it in countless video games, where its petrifying gaze is a deadly game mechanic, forcing players to fight indirectly or suffer the consequence of being turned to a temporary statue. In tabletop role-playing games like Dungeons & Dragons, the basilisk is a classic adversary, its stat block carefully detailing the saving throw needed to avoid its transformative stare. Game masters have been terrifying their players with this creature for decades, using its legendary abilities to create moments of pure tension and clever problem solving around the gaming table. The hero cannot simply charge in swinging a sword. They must use strategy, perhaps employing a familiar as a distraction or using a spell to create an illusory reflection. This is the myth in active participation, where you are not just hearing the story, you are living it. The basilisk's core identity remains beautifully consistent across these modern appearances. It is always more than a big snake, it is a walking paradox, a creature whose greatest strength is also its most famous weakness. Its enduring presence asks us a compelling question: why does this specific monster, with its specific rules, continue to capture us so completely? Perhaps because it represents a perfect, understandable challenge. It is a puzzle with a classic solution, a threat that rewards intelligence over brute force. In a world full of complex problems, there is a strange comfort in a monster that can be defeated with something as simple as a mirror. Could such a creature ever truly walk or slither upon our earth? While the basilisk as a whole is a biological impossibility, some of its terrifying traits find eerie echoes in the natural world. The idea of a gaze that instantly turns a victim to solid stone is the most fantastical element, a clear violation of physics and biology. Living tissue cannot be transmuted into mineral through a simple look. The energy and biological processes required simply do not work that way. Yet the effect of petrification, that sudden rigid paralysis, is not entirely without precedent. Consider the Medusa, not the mythical Gorgon, but a real jellyfish that bears her name. Its venom contains toxins that can cause such extreme and rapid muscle contraction that the body seizes into a rigid statue-like state, a horrifying physical paralysis that mimics the legendary fate of being turned to stone. This is not a transformation, but a biochemical lockdown of the body's own systems, creating the chilling appearance of a living statue. What other real-world mechanisms could explain the basilisk's other powers? Its poisonous breath, which blights the land, brings to mind the potent neurotoxins used by countless animals, from the dart frog whose skin secretion can stop a heart, to the inland taipan, a snake whose venom is so powerful a single bite contains enough lethality for over 100 adult humans. A creature emitting a concentrated aerosol of such a toxin could indeed poison the air around it, killing plants and animals alike. Even the basilisk's legendary gaze could be reimagined through a scientific lens. What if its eyes emitted not magic, but an extreme form of bioluminescence, a light so intensely bright and at a specific frequency that it overloads the optic nerves and triggers an immediate catastrophic neurological shutdown? Or perhaps, like the pistol shrimp that stuns its prey with a cavitation bubble from its claw, the basilisk could produce an unheard sonic frequency with its hiss, a sound wave so powerful it could physically shatter rock and disintegrate living tissue from the inside out. These are, of course, just playful thought experiments, stretching known biology to its absolute breaking point. The true basilisk will always belong to the realm of myth, but isn't it fascinating how our real world contains shadows and whispers of its terrible power? Artists have long wrestled with the challenge of giving this impossible creature a visible form. In the margins of medieval bestiaries, the basilisk is often rendered with a stark symbolic clarity. An illuminator, hunched over a vellum page by candlelight, might paint it as a coiled serpent with the head of a cockerel and that unmistakable crown, its body a vibrant splash of red and green against the gold leaf. These were not attempts at realism, but rather theological diagrams, using color and form to teach a moral lesson about the nature of sin. The creature's confrontation with the weasel was a particularly popular scene, a dynamic struggle between good and evil rendered in meticulous detail. You can almost feel the tension in the brushstrokes, the weasel's sleek body a blur of motion as it darts in to deliver the fatal bite to the serpent king's throat, a small testament to the power of the humble over the mighty. As the Renaissance dawned, the depictions grew more ambitious and anatomically curious. Leonardo da Vinci himself sketched the creature, his inquisitive mind trying to logically assemble its disparate parts into a believable whole. He described it in his notebooks, fascinated by the legend of its poisonous breath and the way its very presence could cause spiders to die, trapped in their own webs on the cave walls it inhabited. But it is in the dramatic oil paintings of later periods that the myth finds its most spectacular expression. Picture a vast dark canvas by a Baroque master. The hero, a knight in gleaming armor, stands at the mouth of a foul cave, but he is not looking forward. His eyes are clenched shut, his face a mask of concentration and terror. He holds before him a large, ornate shield, its surface polished to a mirror finish, and in that reflection we see the basilisk itself, caught in the act of its own destruction. Its monstrous form, a tangle of serpent coils and reptilian wings, is frozen mid-hiss, its yellow eyes wide with horror as it meets its own deadly gaze. The artist freezes that single, catastrophic moment, allowing us to witness the monster's downfall without risking our own petrification. These paintings do more than just illustrate a story, they make the legend visceral. They allow us to stand safely in the gallery, staring into the face of a terror that would be impossible to behold in life, proving that art itself can be the ultimate reflective shield. Its hiss was a sound that could kill, while the basilisk's gaze is its most famous weapon. Its voice was a source of terror all its own. This was not the simple warning rattle of a common snake, but a supernatural sound that carried its own unique form of malice. Some ancient accounts claim that the basilisk's hiss possessed such a unique and terrifying frequency that it could drive all other serpents into a blind, panicked frenzy, forcing them to flee their own territories in pure submission to their king. Other legends go even further, suggesting that the hiss alone, heard from the darkness of its lair, was enough to paralyze a human heart with fear, a psychological poison that worked its way through the ears instead of the eyes. This auditory horror adds a chilling new dimension to the creature. You could not merely close your eyes or carry a mirror to be safe. If you were close enough to hear its distinctive cry, a sound sometimes described as a dry, rasping shriek, you were already in its domain of influence. The monster was no longer just a silent stalker waiting to be seen. It was a presence that announced itself with a sound of pure dread. Imagine navigating a pitch-black tunnel, your only light a flickering torch, when that sound echoes from the shadows ahead. Your body would freeze before your mind could even process the threat, caught between the fear of looking and the terror of listening. The basilisk became a multi-sensory nightmare, a creature that could invade your mind through both sight and sound, making its hidden lair a place of unbearable psychological tension. Why do you think we are so unsettled by the idea of a sound that can harm us? Perhaps because it is a threat we cannot easily block out, a force that finds us even in the dark. This profound duality is the very heart of its myth. The basilisk embodies a complete cycle, a terrifying yet sacred loop of life, death, and the potential for rebirth. It is a creature whose entire existence is dedicated to ending life, yet its own physical form was believed to contain the most potent cures. Its blood, its breath, its gaze, all instruments of instant death, could be transformed after the monster's defeat into ingredients for life-saving antidotes and magical elixirs. This is not a contradiction, but a deep, almost alchemical truth captured in the legend. The ultimate poison must also contain the ultimate antidote. The source of corruption, when mastered and repurposed, becomes the source of purification. This idea resonates with a fundamental human hope that from the deepest darkness can come the most brilliant light, that our greatest fears, once faced, can become our greatest sources of strength. Its destruction by a mirror deepens this theme of duality. The hero does not kill the basilisk with an external weapon. The monster is undone by its own reflection, forced to confront the very essence of its being. This act of self-annihilation is not just a clever trick, it is a powerful metaphor for the purging of evil. The corrupting influence is not defeated by an opposing force, but by being made to see itself clearly. When the basilisk meets its own gaze, its power turns inward and consumes it, completing a cycle where the end is caused by the beginning. This moment suggests that true evil carries the seed of its own destruction, and that the act of looking inward, however terrifying, is a necessary step toward renewal. So the story of the basilisk is far more than a simple monster tale. It is a philosophical exploration of the constant swirling dance between creation and destruction. The creature is born from a perversion of life. It spreads death wherever it goes, and in its death, it offers the materials for new life and healing. Its legend asks us a challenging question: what parts of our own nature, what fears or destructive habits, must we finally hold up to the mirror and allow to shatter, so that something new and better can be reborn from the silence that follows? A creature born from such profound paradox could never be contained by a single story. As the legend of the basilisk slithered across Europe, each culture it touched reshaped the beast to reflect its own unique landscapes and fears. In the dark, enchanted forests of Germany, the creature was often known as the basiliscus, a monster deeply associated with the hidden perils of wells and cellars. The famous tale from Basel is a perfect example, where the creature's poisonous breath was a tangible explanation for mysterious urban deaths, a terror lurking not in a distant wilderness, but beneath the very floors of a bakery. The German basilisk was a practical horror, a corrupting force that threatened the safety of the home and the purity of the community's water and food. Its defeat by a man in a suit of mirrors reflects a very Germanic appreciation for ingenious craftsmanship and practical, almost theatrical, solutions to supernatural problems. Cross the border into France, and the beast's identity begins to blur with its close cousin. French folklore often favored the cockatrice, a creature more consistently depicted with the upright stance of a two-legged dragon. Here, the monster was less a hidden blight and more a chivalric challenge, a foe for knights to outwit. Its habitat shifted from cellars to ruins and lonely mountain passes, its legend intertwined with tales of cursed lands and noble quests, mirroring the French Romance tradition that valued heroism and courtly adventure. The monster was a test of a hero's virtue and cleverness, not just a malevolent pest to be exterminated. Travel south to Italy, and the basilisk absorbed the classical influences that still permeated the land. Italian versions of the myth sometimes drew a clearer line from the descriptions of Pliny the Elder, emphasizing its serpentine nature over its avian features. It was a creature of the hot, dry south, a denizen of the ruins of the Roman Empire itself. Its danger was often linked to the sirocco, that hot, dust-laden wind from Africa, whose arrival could bring sickness and malaise, as if the basilisk had breathed upon the land. The Italian interpretation connected the monster to classical knowledge and the very real environmental anxieties of the Mediterranean world. Finally, in the damp, green landscapes of Britain, the basilisk took on a more literary and heraldic role. While it certainly existed in folk tales, its most potent presence was in the works of scholars and playwrights like Shakespeare, who used it as a powerful metaphor for evil and betrayal. The British basilisk was a creature of language and symbol, its image emblazoned on coats of arms to project terrifying authority. Its weaknesses were also distinctly pragmatic. The British lore heavily emphasized the weasel as its natural enemy, a creature of the hedgerows and fields, reflecting a culture deeply connected to its rural landscape and the natural balance of the countryside. From the practical German cellar dweller to the chivalric French cicatrice, from the classical Italian serpent to the symbolic British emblem, the basilisk was a shapeshifter. Its core nature remained the same, a king whose gaze meant death, but its form and story were woven from the local threads of soil, stone, and fear. What local landmark in your own town might once have been whispered to harbor such a beast? This serpent king can cross the boundary from waking myth into the silent theater of our dreams. When a basilisk slithers into your sleep, it rarely appears as a simple monster from a storybook. Its presence is far more personal, a symbol crafted by your own mind to represent a profound and paralyzing challenge. To dream of this creature often means you are confronting a fear so potent it has the power to immobilize you, turning your will to act into a statue of indecision. Perhaps you are facing a situation at work or in a relationship that feels toxic, its atmosphere poisoned by conflict or betrayal, mirroring the basilisk's blighting breath. The dream may be highlighting a person in your life whose criticism or negativity feels venomous, whose mere attention seems to drain your energy and joy, much like the creature's legendary gaze. The dark cave or ruined landscape of the myth transforms into the specific hidden corners of your own life where this fear resides. What unseen basilisks have you been avoiding while awake that now demand to be faced in your sleep? These nocturnal encounters are not mere nightmares to be forgotten by morning. They are an invitation from your subconscious to hold up a mirror to the things that truly frighten you. The legend gives us a powerful framework for understanding this internal struggle, suggesting that the only way to defeat such a paralyzing force is not to fight it head-on, but to examine it clearly and without flinching. Your dream might be asking you to find that reflective shield, to finally look at the fear directly, not to be petrified by it, but to understand its shape and, in doing so, break its power over you. This ancient myth offers a perfect blueprint for crafting your own tales of wonder and dread. To weave a basilisk into a sleep story, begin with the very ground it has corrupted. Describe a landscape of profound silence, where the wind whistles through cracked blackened stones and the air carries the dry metallic scent of dust. There are no crickets chirping here, no rustle of leaves in a non-existent breeze. This is a kingdom of absence, a place where life has been utterly banished, and your description of this desolation sets a powerful, almost meditative stage. Let the listener feel the stillness before they ever hear a hiss or see a glint of scale. Introduce the creature not with a sudden roar, but with subtle, creeping evidence of its presence. Perhaps the hero finds a small animal, perfectly preserved as a stone statue, a look of frozen terror on its face, or they might notice a trail of withered, brittle grass leading toward the mouth of a deep cave. These clues build a slow, gathering tension that is far more compelling than a simple jump scare. The heart of your story should rest on the hero's intellect, not their sword arm. Focus on their quiet preparation, the careful polishing of a shield, or the gathering of the rue plant to fortify their spirit. The climax is not a violent clash, but a moment of profound stillness, as the hero stands with eyes closed, trusting in their reflection to do the work. This shift from brute force to clever resolution creates a deeply satisfying and calming arc, transforming a monster story into a gentle lesson in overcoming impossible odds with wisdom. You are not just telling a scary story, you are guiding the listener through a fear and out the other side, into the peace that follows a battle won by the mind. From its impossible birth in a dung heap to its modern home beneath a school of witchcraft, the basilisk has proven itself far more than a simple monster. This serpent king is a master symbol, a shape-shifting vessel for our deepest fears and our most clever triumphs. For thousands of years, it has given a face to the invisible terrors that petrify us, from the evil eye to the poison of our own anxieties. It has been a lesson in bestiaries, a challenge for alchemists, a metaphor for poets, and a thrilling foe for modern dreamers. Its power lies not in its venom, but in its perfect, understandable rules. It presents an absolute problem with an elegant solution, reminding us that the greatest obstacles are often overcome not with force, but with reflection. This story of a creature undone by its own image is a timeless comfort, a narrative that assures us even the most absolute evil carries the seed of its own destruction. So as you drift towards sleep, let the long, legendary journey of the basilisk be your guide, release the tensions of the day and sink into the quiet landscapes of myth, where heroes are clever and every monster has a weakness. May the rustle of its scales become a gentle whisper, and the silence after its defeat become the deep, restoring peace of your own dreams.